Thank you. Good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman along with meteorologist Sean Ash. We do have a new tornado warning for Delaware County. We encourage you to take shelter immediately if you are north of Muncie, actually anywhere from Muncie to Eaton to Gaston, over toward the Selma area. New tornado warning until 7:45 for Delaware County. We need you to get into the safest part of your home. We've been keeping a close eye on this storm as it moved across parts of Madison County, and it is now showing signs of rotation. According to the National Weather Service, they have issued this based on rotation they are seeing with radar at this point. I'm going to go out just a little bit, and you can see where the rotating part of this cell is here with live Doppler 13 radar. It's this little cylinder, so that's going to help you identify where the rotation is with this storm, just to the northwest of Muncie, just west of 35. And I am going to put a track on it, not necessarily putting a track on the severe part of this storm, but the part that is rotating to give you an idea of where this storm is and where it will go next. We have it now in the western sections of Delaware County, and we want to make sure that you are weather aware as this storm will make its way east. Sean was mentioning they are tracking this east at about 50 miles per hour. So on that path, we'll take the storm track out and get you some times of arrival. The Ball State University campus in 4 minutes, downtown Muncie in 6, Selma in 13, Parker City in 17. So these are times of arrival on a severe storm capable of producing a tornado that is moving across Delaware County right now. If you are in these areas, take shelter now. Ball State, Muncie, Selma, and Parker City. This storm is tracking east. It's one of several that we are monitoring right now, all with the potential to rotate, all with a history of some large hail. In fact, I'll remove the tornado warning and kind of get you a large view, because this is one of several storms that we're tracking at this hour. And there is the tornado warning, but we have additional severe thunderstorm warnings that extend back through parts of Hamilton County, into Tipton County, into Boone County. The tornado warning for Delaware County goes until 7:45 this evening. Let's clear that, and I'm going to give you a closer view of some of the additional storms that we're monitoring. As we mentioned during our 5 to 6:30 news hour and a half, and Sean actually started tracking these toward the end of the 4 o'clock hour. We started to see these storms form. It was going to be a busy night. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings. This one just to the north of Zionsville, potential for some large hail. We've got another one just to the northwest of the Lebanon area, covering the northwestern sections of Boone County. An additional severe thunderstorm warning for you, Tipton over toward Elwood. All of these storms, most of them anyway, have a history of producing large hail, and we can see that with our hail swath. This has been very impressive. Unfortunately, we hate to see the hail swath look like this, but these are kind of the hail tracks with the storms that we've been monitoring late this afternoon and this evening. And unfortunately, we've had some large hail at times nearing golf ball to baseball size hail. So just continue to stay weather aware and continue to stay with us as we continue to monitor severe storms moving across central Indiana. Times of these warnings, the one for parts of Boone and Hamilton counties, that's 7:45. We've got another one for Boone County until 7:30. That one up toward Tipton is 7:30, and then across portions of Madison County as well. That's going to go until 7:45. So just be with us over the next couple of hours, we anticipate additional warnings as these storms continue to fire in a very unstable environment. We've got the tornado warning for you, Delaware County. Quick reminder, safest part of your home is going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. Don't worry if you don't have a basement. Choose a closet, choose a bathroom, something in the middle of the home that doesn't have any windows. And then the additional severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Also eyeing what's developing across the eastern sections of Illinois. These storms have a history of tornado warnings. At this point, mainly severe thunderstorm warnings, but this will impact the southern half of the state over the next couple of hours. We don't expect to be free of severe weather, at least that threat, until after midnight. We're back breaking into programming because of a new tornado warning, and that is for you, Delaware County. It is for the storm that is just to the north of Muncie. Boy, and we talked about this earlier. When we see black on live Doppler 13 radar, that really indicates that large hail component or threat with this storm. And then we've got the rotation that is approaching Muncie. It's just now just to the west of 35, and actually we'll go in a little closer just to give you some maybe smaller neighborhoods that may pop up so that we can make you aware of where the storm is. Just to the north of Muncie. Boy, you need to be in the safest part of your home. There is the Ball State campus showing up, and there's the rotating part of this storm right here near Andersonville and Drew, approaching Ball State now. This is just to the north of the downtown Muncie area. Heads up, Drew, Ball State, Andersonville, Muncie, and then east as we approach 35, Mayfield, Irvington, you will be in the path. The Royalton area might be just north of the rotating part of this storm, but in the large hail core. You can see it here with live Doppler 13 radar, and this is tracking off to the east, estimated at about 50 miles per hour. So the hail core will stay just north of the rotation, the rotating part of the storm that may produce a tornado, headed into Drew, the Ball State campus, Muncie, Mayfield, and then over toward Hyde Park. North of there is where we find that large hail core, and that's pretty impressive, Sean.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going, as you've been pointing out, the rotation is going to go very close to Muncie. Of course, Ball State University meteorology students will be following this as well, be in the safe location. In addition to the rotation, very likely that there will be large hail just north of town. You can see that, and Angela was pointing that out here. So we want you in the safe locations, lowest level, interior portion. I'll circle the area here. It's the green and red next to each other. It's radar indicated rotation for the time being. That's subject to change, but it is moving into the heart of Delaware County. It's going to cross right through 35. The red is blowing away from the radar. All right, so and the green is toward. So the wind is doing something like this and like this. And so that's where we're picking up on the spin within this storm. We'll be getting an update on the warning here momentarily, but as we dive in, I mean, again, moving right across campus there. I've got a storm spotter up there who is a meteorology student, and I'll keep tabs on her Twitter account there. She will certainly give us some updates as she can. There's a fresh scan on the radar as this tornado warning continues. Radar indicated tornado warning. Mayfield, Selma, in your safe locations. If you're on Ball State's campus or if you have students up there, I'm sure they've been alerted and they're in their safe spots as well. This includes all of Muncie, all right, for that rotation that's moving through. Let's just double check, make sure we're not seeing anything anything that's screaming in terms of debris. Certainly we are picking up on that dark shading in the radar, and this has been indicative tonight with this event of tennis ball or greater sized hail. So we'll see if that indeed plays out, but that's where you would expect it in this particular situation. The hail core just north of Muncie, north of Selma, as this moves toward the east at about 45, 50 miles per hour here. So I want you in your safe locations. Well, let's go over that. Radar indicated now Lowest level, interior portion. If you have a basement, that would be the most preferable spot until this storm can get to your east. If not, again, just that bottom floor of whatever structure you're in and away from windows. Usually it's going to be an interior portion, interior bathroom, many walls as you can from the inside and outside of your home here. As we follow this tornado warning that continues, and additional thunderstorms go back farther to the west. Those are for hail, and we still have another several hours to go. As Angela was addressing, we've got those other storms in Illinois, so we've got a long way to go. Hail has been the primary threat, but Angela, a couple of the storms have shown some rotation here.
Yeah, and you mentioned the hail. My husband was just driving home and texted me, I haven't gotten an exact size on how large the hail was, but he said it was so large he thought it was going to break the windshield. So if you can be inside your home, even if you're not under a tornado warning, Sean mentioned it, the hail has been a huge threat and a huge danger already this afternoon and this evening. And we continue to monitor this broken line of storms. We did get some information. The Ball State University Police Department did send out a BSU alert to students and faculty and staff of this tornado warning that happened just less than 10 minutes ago. So they are aware, and we want to make sure you're aware. Also getting some reports out of Delaware County of just under 200 people already without power. So we'll continue to monitor that as well. Let's go ahead and get you caught up on that tornado warning that has prompted our live coverage, a return of our live coverage this evening. And it's the Delaware County area. Sean had a really good view of that rotation that was near Muncie and the Ball State campus. This is kind of a street level view. If in fact it is still rotating, that rotation is going to be near the Mayfield area and approaching Hyde Park right now with that hail core just to the north over Royalton. We did see some conversation with the National Weather Service earlier today with some of the warnings that the potential existed for golf ball to baseball size hail, and that can do a lot of damage. So please be in the safest part of your home. Even if you're not under this tornado warning, that hail, that large hail threat will continue. That rotation approaching Highway 35 right now in the heart of Delaware County. Eaton, it looks like you're going to stay just north of the roughest part of this storm, but as it tracks off to the east, we're going to look a little bit ahead into the Ridgeville area, into the farmland area. So we'll do another track on this as it makes its way into the eastern part of the state, so we can make sure that you're aware of this storm that is making its way through Delaware County right now. So as we do a track on this, I'm going to do kind of the rotation and the strongest hail. So not necessarily where the storm begins, but the most severe component. And then actually I'll do one on the leading edge just to give you a little more heads up. Tracking east at about 50 miles per hour, that puts it into Selma, the most severe part of this storm, in 2 minutes. Parker City in 7, Farmland in 12, Ridgeville in 17. So we kind of give you a heads up. Those last two communities technically not under the warning, but we want to make sure you're weather aware ahead of this storm that has prompted the tornado warning. Now let's back this up a little bit, and I will do the leading edge just to have a little more information on where some of this rough weather is and where it's when it's going to get to you. So basically the strongest part, or the leading edge of the strongest part of this storm, is just now approaching Winchester. So we can do another track on this on the very front edge of the severe part of this storm. And it's going to take it'll eventually get into parts of western Ohio. But again, Ridgeville, Winchester in the path, Saratoga, Union City, and then it'll make its way into the western sections of Ohio. But Delaware County, you remain under a tornado warning this evening until 7:45. And we want to make sure that you continue to stay with us and continue to stay weather aware. It is one of several severe storms that we're monitoring. So let's go, we'll go to the west and show you Tipton and Elwood. We've had several reports already out of the Tipton area with some earlier storms, hail-producing thunderstorms, and we've got some additional storms developing just to your west. hail potential, some gusty wind potential with that Tipton south through Atlanta into Arcadia. And then we go east, pick up Elwood, Frankton, and into Alexandria. Again, potential for some hail, perhaps not quite as large as what we're dealing with that intense storm over Delaware County, but still that threat. And then as we go south, we've been keeping a watch on this one over the last half hour or so. At times it's been showing it's wanted to hook and perhaps rotate, so we'll continue to watch it. It's right over Carmel, so the southern sections of Hamilton County, and it's tracking east, headed into what it is pretty much in between Noblesville and Fishers with the heavy rain, the lightning, and that potential for some hail. Once I hear back from...
Confirmed, by the way, it's confirmed. A lot of people are tweeting me on the Westfield, Westfield into Noblesville, quarter size, P to quarters, which makes sense based on that track that you were showing.
Okay. So we want to make sure that that you're inside. If you have time and you can park your car inside, that's obviously a great idea for the type of thunderstorm activity that we're dealing with this evening. That potential for large, perhaps even destructive hail. And Sean just said, confirmed from Westfield to Carmel, that they are dealing with some large hail at this hour. Heads up, Noblesville, Fishers. The storm continues to move across Hamilton County, and I'm going to give you a heads up. Lapel, Pendleton, Fortville, McCordsville, eventually Anderson. What you see west of you moving east near 50 miles per hour, so you have just a few minutes. If you wanted to get ahead of that hail core and move something inside, it's safe to do so for another 5 minutes or so. After that, this storm is going to make its way east and in your direction. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, what brought us back on the air live and interrupting your programming this evening is that tornado warning for Delaware County that continues until 7:45. Another severe thunderstorm warning, and this one intensifying a bit right over Crawfordsville. So this is Montgomery County, and you can see that intense storm crossing I-74 in Montgomery County right now. Darlington is going to stay just south of you, but continue to track east and move back across Boone County. Boone County, you've been hit a couple of times already this evening, and you've got another storm developing just to your west in Crawfordsville with all of this moving off to the east. We go south, and we're going to watch carefully what comes out of Illinois for the southern half of the state. Ingredients still in play for tornadoes. Again, we have the tornado warning for Delaware County and the Muncie area, but ingredients Indianapolis south for some additional tornado development. Let's get back to that tornado warned cell. And it looks like they're going to continue or add to it a tornado warning, and that's going to be for our eastern viewing area. So let's get you the time on this. This is going to be for the Ridgeville area and Winchester. And remember, we had just mentioned you, and this is a new tornado warning for this area. And there is the time on that. That's going to go until 8:30. So this is going to include Randolph County. So coming out of Delaware County into Randolph County, here's 27, the worst of the storm, the strong part of the storm approaching 27 now in the eastern part of the state. Obviously seeing enough on live Doppler 13 radar and what National Weather Service folks are looking at out of the Indianapolis radar, that they have continued the tornado warning for this cell coming out of Muncie. Muncie, the worst is behind you. Remember, if you have any information to pass along to us safely, please do so. We don't want you out in the storms, getting pictures, getting video, but after it's safe to do so, if you have any information, that's always a huge help to us. The rotating part of the storm is near Selma. We've been talking about you the last several minutes, and it continues to move off to the east. So heads up farmland, heads up Ridgeville, Winchester. You're now under a tornado warning until 8:30 this evening. So that's some new information coming from the National Weather Service. We'll kind of do another close-up view, kind of go street level for you. Rotating part of the storm moving just east of Selma, right over Parker City, and we still have that area of black indicating that large hail core potential with this storm, and it all is moving off to the east. Farmland, you're going to be in the path of the rotation. And then this is Shedville. You'll also be in the path of that large hail core. We'll come out just a little bit, kind of give you a larger view of the tornado warned storm that is approaching Parker City right now, headed into Ridgeville and Winchester and Union City next. So these were a few of the communities we had mentioned just a few minutes ago, as this storm now has a new tornado warning on it until 8:30 this evening. Any new information coming from the National Weather Service? Any reports?
I've not seen any reports just yet. I would say, based on radar analysis, what we're looking at is that the rotation with that particular storm, if you have students at Ball State, the rotation is now east of Muncie. It does not mean they're not going to have additional thunderstorms, but the rotation is east. It remains radar indicated. So what has happened is the rotation threat is Selma, Farmland, Parker City, toward Winchester. We know that just north of that line, in that dark shading on live Doppler 13 radar, that is going to be large hail. That is for sure. That is a given. So that's the hail core there. That may just go north of Selma and Parker City and Farmland. Unfortunately, that puts you within the rotation. And speaking of, that is crossing over now, moving through Parker City, going to cut through Farmland. In addition to those storms, we've got, as you were talking about, we've got that storm that's moving through Hamilton County. That's delivering hail. That's prompted additional warnings. Still more storms that are farther west of Muncie. Those are hailers here. And but it's going to be on the southern edge of all of this. These storms is where we'll have to keep an eye out for the rotation. The tornado watch continues until midnight. New cell there near Crawfordsville. And then we're watching what's turned into a complex of storms in Illinois, and that's going to be impacting areas along and south of I-70. So unfortunately, we still have several more hours to go of this threat of severe weather. But let me dive in again a little bit closer, again, so you can easily see where the rotation is with that tornado warned storm. Well east of Muncie now. All right. The new polygon is the one to focus on. So that's east of Muncie. It's moving quickly. So it's over Farmland right now. And it's going to be heading into Winchester here probably in the next 15-20 minutes. So if you're in this zone, Ridgeville, Farmland, Selma, you should already have been in your safe spots. Lowest level away from the outside portion of your structure there. That tornado warning will go until 8:30. All right, radar indicated. Just want to double check, make sure we're not picking up any debris. I don't see anything right now, but you can see where the strongest shear is as we get in a little bit closer here. So that'll be over Farmland now because since it's moving 45 to 50 miles per hour. So, and there is a lot of rural area out there, but looks like the rotation goes through some of these city centers. And we want folks to be taking that seriously there, Angela.
Okay, and we are getting some early indications there could be some damage in Delaware County. Okay. That's early information and something that we're going to have the newsroom check into. But unfortunately, this is the evening that we expected, that is setting up, that is happening for central Indiana. And what you need to know is with Future Track 13, we expect these storms to continue off and on for the next several hours. That complex that Sean pointed out in eastern Illinois will kind of come together with the line that we've got now. This merges and eventually moves south and east, but that's not going to happen until late tonight, early tomorrow morning. So I don't think we're going to be free of that severe threat until around midnight, 1 a.m. for most of central Indiana. That threat will end the farther north you are a little quicker this evening, but anywhere from about the Lafayette, Kokomo, Muncie line south, we still have several hours of that potential of severe weather to get through this evening. We're going to go back to live Doppler 13 radar and reset and show you some of the warnings that we are dealing with. Obviously, our main concern right now is with the storm that has the potential of producing a tornado, getting early reports that there could be some damage in and around the Muncie area. So we will let you know if we get any confirmation on that. We will have a news team check into that and keep you updated. Rotating part of the storm is approaching farmland right now. That large hail core just to the north. And this is going to make its way toward Winchester. So Winchester, you've got just a few minutes to get into the safe place of your home if you haven't already. Large hail, potential for a tornado, and damaging winds all possible with this storm that's moving into the eastern part of the state. So Winchester, the Union City area, farmland, those are the communities, if you're in and around this area in our eastern viewing area, that need to be in the safest part of your home, and that's the lowest level away from windows and doors. Let's come back out and give you a couple of closer views of some of the storms that are reaching severe limits, just not warned for tornado possibility, at least at this point. But with the ingredients in play, that can happen with little or no warning this evening. Atlanta, so we're into Tipton and Hamilton counties. We've got heavy rain pushing just east of you, Tipton, headed into Elwood and Frankton. You've got another wave of heavy rain and some hail. There are reports coming out of Hamilton County of a marble size hail, so be weather aware. That can do some damage as well, and that's moving into Elwood and Frankton right now. Alexandria, strong to severe storm overhead now up towards Summitville. This will move off to the east. So Delaware County, I know you're in it now with some of the worst pushing east of you. Unfortunately, you've got another storm just to your west, and that's going to be the area that is in and around the Alexandria area at this point. So we encourage you to stay weather aware. Here's Muncie, you've got the worst of the storm east of you, that tornado warned storm, but look what's coming back at you. You've got heavy rain and the potential for some additional damaging winds and the potential for some large hail as well. We also have large hail potential moving into the eastern sections of Hamilton County. That's going to move into the western sections of Madison County. In fact, it is right now along Interstate 69. So that will be our next stop. This is going to be east of Fishers, right over and near the Ruoff Music Center, and just east of there, picking up on a little bit of that black, and that dark indicates that potential for a large hail core. That's eastern Hamilton County, north of Ingalls. But as this moves east, heads up Pendleton, some of that's going to move in the next few minutes with that potential for some large hail. So that's been a big threat for us already this evening, and continues to be. And while we're talking about hail, I am going to show you one of the things we can do with live Doppler 13 radar and really pick up on these hail cores that have happened over the last couple of hours, and just take a look from Crawfordsville to Frankfort, Fishers and Westfield and Carmel, near Kokomo over toward Marion. There's that big hail core just north of Muncie, and now we've got one into the eastern part of the viewing area as well. So continue to stay with us as we continue to monitor the threat of severe weather and what we continue to expect to be a fairly long evening for us as severe storms will continue to develop. So we got Hamilton County covered. Let's come back to the west. There's a storm. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for you. The tornado warning for parts of Randolph County, that goes until 8:30. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, Crawfordsville, just east of you. I'm going to clear that tornado warning just so you're not confused, and show you that we've got the strongest part of the storm east of Crawfordsville moving back into Boone County. So heads up Lebanon, you've got another round moving in now. Just to the west of Hendricks County, in and around the Greencastle area, that's a severe thunderstorm warning coming into the western part of the state. So this is going to include Brazil and Greencastle, so parts of Clay and Putnam counties. And that's going to go until 8:30. Severe thunderstorm warning, most likely warned for that threat of damaging winds and large hail. But keep in mind, the entire area also under a tornado watch, which means the ingredients are in place for storms to quickly go from producing severe winds and hail to producing a tornado. And that can happen with little to no warning. So it is kind of your warning now to just get into the safe part of your home, even if it is just a severe thunderstorm warning so far. Back out to a larger view, you can really see the focus of this broken line of storms. There's the tornado warning for Randolph County. You've got additional storms, Muncie moving back in east of Fishers. Really the target now is parts of Madison County with heavy rain, hail, and gusty winds. This extends back through Boone County. Lebanon looks like you're back under another severe thunderstorm warning, and we'll let you know how long that goes. So let's go back into Boone County. This is the storm we were tracking just east of Crawfordsville. That's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30. So a lot of these are severe thunderstorm warnings due to the threat of large hail and damaging winds. But as I mentioned, with a tornado watch, these can quickly turn tornadic with little to no warning. And so we want to make sure that you continue to stay with us and continue to stay weather aware. So let's come back out to a slightly larger view so you can see. Here's the line that we're dealing with now. This is slowly making us sink to the south. All the individual storms are racing east at about 50. We're also monitoring what's coming out of eastern Illinois. This complex of storms will impact Terre Haute, Bloomington. So I know Bloomington, Columbus, Bedford, North Vernon, Seymour, Johnson County. We haven't mentioned you much yet this evening, but what you see to your west is coming in, and these storms do have a history of large hail, damaging winds, and there have been a few tornado warnings as well. So we'll do a quick check of social media. I've gotten a few videos of some damage, and I'm trying to find out where some of that damage has happened. I did see a couple of swing sets blown over with some of the viewer images this afternoon and early this evening. Let's see. And we're, again, social media starting to report that we're starting to get some, perhaps, reports that there was a tornado and that we might have some damage. So we're going to continue to fine tune that and have our department reach out to the counties to see if in fact we have any damage. And as soon as we know, we will pass it along to you. Did get a picture of the hail out of Westfield. Good marble size, if not approaching golf ball size hail, Sean. So that coming from someone, Brandon on Twitter, who really sends quite a bit of good information our way.
Yeah, and we're getting some unconfirmed reports that Selma, east of Muncie, could have been impacted by a potential tornado. So our desk is checking on that. We're also watching this cell. This is the one that has a long history of quarter size plus hail through portions of Hamilton County. It also has shown some signs of rotation here. So within this hook, I would say Fortville, Oleo, Ingalls, Pendleton, you're going to get into this hail core here momentarily. But within this hook area here, and that would include Ingalls, I would go ahead. It's not being warned for a tornado. I would just get in the safe spot until this storm can pass by here. All right, we've noticed some rotation, not nearly as tight as or intense as the one that's prompted the tornado warning. But yeah, if you can get in your safe locations until this thing can pass by, it's probably just the best advice I can give you right now. Ingalls, Sunview, Idlewood, Pendleton, that rotation may move toward you. And speaking of what's left of that cell that prompted the tornado warning for Delaware County, for Ball State, Muncie, I'm going to take the radar, go back about a half an hour so you can see where the rotation moved through and where it intensified. So just to the east of Muncie, east and southeast, a couple of spotters up there telling me they were noticing some rotation, visual, and then potential for some damage. Selma, and we're still seeing this thing spinning tightly near Farmland and Winchester. Okay, so our crews will be on it. I hope that we don't have any injuries, or we confirm or not confirm whether or not we've had damage there. As we look back, though, we're still looking at that strong storm that's approaching Ingalls and Pendleton here, as the severe thunderstorm warning continues on that until 8:15. And that's was initially issued for the hail component with this storm, but we can also see that it does have a pretty strong hook to it. with some radar indicated rotation. So that's hail that's moving through there, though, now east of Ruoff, and that's what moved through Noblesville, and that's what's over Pendleton right now. So we do have some large hail with that particular storm. And then, I mean, anything on radar this evening, we're just going to have to be monitoring not only for hail, but also the potential for rotation. All right. Got additional thunderstorms that go back into west central Indiana. I've got the lightning turned off, but these are prolific lightning producers in addition to the hail threat that they pose here. So.
Yeah, and Sean, we continue to get some information into the newsroom that perhaps there was some damage in Selma. It is not independently confirmed by 13 News, but we are efforting that. And you did really point out where the intensification of that storm was. And really that's the reason we're back with you live. Tornado warning was issued for Delaware County with a cell that was producing rotation as it approached Ball State, and the city of Muncie really intensified near Selma. And unfortunately now we're starting to get some early reports that we could have some damage across Delaware County. We will continue to effort all the latest information and pass along anything that we do get into the newsroom. Now, Sean, it does look like that's a confirmed tornado warning. So let's get there. And that is going to be in the eastern part of the state and Randolph County. And now a confirmed tornado warning, probably because of the information we're getting coming out of Delaware County. So, or spotters are actually seeing this now. It's pushing just to the east of farmland. Winchester, it's over you now. Safest part of your home is the lowest level away from windows and doors. Unfortunately, we're getting reports of damage coming out of Delaware County. So for you don't have any time. Now is the time to get to your safe place. Winchester up towards Saratoga. This will move toward Union City. It is moving east at about 50 miles per hour. It is approaching Highway 27 in the eastern part of the state right now. A dangerous storm and now a confirmed tornado warning from the National Weather Service. This is going to be for Randolph County. And again, can't stress this enough, to be in the safest part of your home. Confirmed tornado warning. This is going to go until 8:30 for Randolph County in the eastern part of Indiana. This is just to the east of Muncie and just to the north of Richmond. So we're north of 70 and east of Muncie in the far eastern part of the state. Confirmed tornado warning. And from what we're starting to hear into the newsroom, there has been some damage in and around the Selma area. We are working to independently confirm that. What was damaged, any injuries with that. So please stay with us. We continue to monitor a potentially dangerous situation setting up for parts of central Indiana. And in addition to that confirmed tornado warning, we do have other areas of concern. Sean was mentioning that broad rotation in and around the Pendleton area. That storm has looked like that for the last half hour, 45 minutes or so. So still may have that potential to produce a tornado. The hail core right over Pendleton right now. So moving across the southern sections of Madison County. This will head toward Marklettville next. So this will continue to move east, this hail core, and most likely we will see that severe thunderstorm warning extended because right now it stops at about Pendleton and Madison County. But I'm going to let you know, Marklettville, that hail core is moving your way. And some of the pictures I've just received from social media with this storm as it moved through Hamilton County, golf ball size hail. A couple of friends that I know that I trust from the Hamilton County area did send pictures and some updates. Golf ball size hail with this storm that's now over Pendleton, headed into Marklettville next. Let's come out to a larger view. This little broken line extends back through northern Hamilton County. Lebanon, you've got another intensifying storm coming in. So Boone County, you're back under a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm. Hail producer, and boy, it's showing signs that it could rotate as well, I think, a little bit, Sean. And then we've got a couple of storms coming out of Illinois that we've been monitoring most of the evening. One over Terre Haute, the other one in between Brazil and Greencastle. And because of the ingredients in play in the environment we're dealing with, any storm that does develop has that potential to perhaps produce a tornado. And I'm getting some messages about sirens going off. Those sirens are meant for outdoor use. Yes, you can hear them inside, and yes, sometimes if we're under a tornado watch, which we are until midnight, and you get under a severe thunderstorm warning, they will sound those sirens because of what we've been talking about. It doesn't take much for a severe storm to quickly go and produce a tornado with the ingredients that we have, the setup, the atmospheric setup in place right now across central Indiana. And unfortunately, it's been dangerous so far, and that continues. We continue to be in touch with the newsroom and continue to monitor this. Boy, they've gone ahead and issued a confirmed tornado warning across the state line into western Ohio because of what's moving through Winchester right now. So let's go street level into Randolph County. So there you have Saratoga. You're going to be more in the hail core with this, along with Union City. But if you are south of there, Winchester, that's where we find the rotation. And again, you are under a confirmed tornado warning. So please, if you haven't already, be in the safest part of your home. This storm is tracking east at 50 miles per hour. And in the next few minutes, will be out of our state and into parts of Ohio. But again, we did take you street level. It's basically crossing 27 now near Winchester with the rotation, and it's going to make its way into parts of western Ohio in the next few minutes. Kind of a dangerous, it is a dangerous storm, and we don't, Sean, get very many confirmed tornado warnings, and so when we see something like this, it kind of makes the hair stand up.
Well, yeah, and in part of this confirmation from spotters that it sounds like have observed damage in Selma, so that was when the storm was a little farther to the west of that location, that rotation cutting through Winchester. And spotters picking up on rotation now. So bottom line, the threat right now in terms of any spin rotation right now is gone for Delaware County and Muncie. There's still storms around you, okay? But there's a lot. This is someone on our news desk giving us some confirmation here, at least, of a lot of damage, I'm assuming, in the eastern part of Delaware County here, which would make sense with the rotation here. I do want to stress too, as we look at live Doppler 13 radar, let me take the lightning off because we know these storms are produced, but this cell here is still showing some signs of spin. This is, even trying to, I can't tell you if this is going to drop a tornado or not. I hope it does not, but if you're in Marklettville, if you live along 36, if you are Milner's, this zone right in here, I would watch this storm very, very closely along that Madison and Hancock County line, and points to the east, by the way. So Marklettville, Sulphur Springs, Newcastle, you need to watch this storm until it can move to your east. It is showing some rotation here. It's about to get outside of the tornado warning or the severe thunderstorm warning polygon, but go ahead and get in your safe spots until it can get east, until the rotating portion of this storm is through your area there, Angela.
We'll kind of reset, Sean, and give everyone a big view of live Doppler 13 radar. We have a line of severe storms moving through the central part of the state right now, responsible for golf ball size hail. We're getting reports of damage, perhaps a lot of damage, from parts of Delaware County in and around the Selma area, with what is now a confirmed tornado warning in Randolph County. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings extend south and west into Terre Haute. We will start east and work our way west, and we're not going to take our eyes off that storm that Sean just pointed out that does indicate, or at least look like it might be rotating in and around the Pendleton area. So this is the confirmed tornado warning an intense hail core approaching Saratoga right now. This is Randolph County, confirmed tornado warning until 8:30. The rotation is starting to push just east of Winchester, so it's just a few minutes away from being into the western sections of Ohio. But please continue to stay in the safe part of your home. Let's work our way west. So we're going to be reaching out to Selma, and because it's that confirmed tornado warning that's in Winchester and Randolph County now that prompted us to get back on the air because of a tornado warned cell that was developing near Muncie, and it moved right over Selma and Parker City. It's quiet now, but we are efforting any information from the Sheriff's Department up there, and we're starting to get some information. We want to make sure it's confirmed and accurate before we pass it along to you. Non-severe but heavy rain in Eaton, into Gaston, into Yorktown. So Muncie, you've got another wave of heavy rain moving in. This extends back through Alexandria into the Frankton area and northern Madison County. Non-severe in Anderson. It is going to be to the south where we are watching closely, and Sean just pointed it out, and now we've got that little rotating cylinder near the Pendleton area in between Ingalls and Pendleton. Showed you that this could be rotating on the north side, a fairly large hail core responsible for golf ball size hail as it moved across Hamilton County, and it continues to move east through Pendleton and into Markleville. And Sean gave you the heads up, Sulphur Springs. This is going to make its way into parts of Henry County as well. So if you're in this area, Madison, Hancock, Henry counties, please stay with us as we continue to monitor this storm very closely. There is, if it is rotating, it is now just to the south of Pendleton. And that puts it, you can see here, just to the east and southeast of the Pendleton area and making its way east toward Markleville. That will be next. So get into the safest part of your home. That's the lowest level away from windows and doors. I know you're technically not under any warning at this point, but we want to make sure that you're weather aware. This one has a history of large hail, and you can see that hail core here developing just to the north and east of the Markleville area. And while we're here, we'll check those velocities too. That's the easiest way for us to tell you and show you that there is some rotation with this. Still showing signs, so we'll continue to monitor it at this point, but just again, stay with us, stay weather aware. Safest part of your home, I'd say Pendleton to Sulphur Springs, and stay with us, Newcastle. We'll wait and see how this storm behaves as it moves east your way over the next 20 minutes or so. Let's continue our setup back to the west, where we have additional severe thunderstorm warnings. Noblesville, Lapel for gusty winds, most likely some large hail. We've got a cell producing large hail, perhaps into the Whitestown area, so it's moving into Whitestown now and will continue to move east across parts of Boone County. Some additional storms developing, as we can see, Terre Haute to Greencastle. So they're south of Crawfordsville, and this is the southern part of the complex. If you were with us during 4, 5, 6 o'clock today, we were monitoring a couple of spots. One, northern Indiana, which is where these storms fired, just north of Lafayette and north of Marion. And then the other spot was St. Louis into the southern sections of Illinois. This is that second area that we were monitoring, and those storms continue to develop and continue to produce severe weather at this point. No additional tornado warnings right now, but as we've been mentioning, we are under a tornado watch. So these storms can produce tornadoes with little to no warning, which is why in instances like this, we ask you to treat these warnings as if the storm could produce a tornado, even if it's not a tornado warning. The confirmed tornado warning set to expire here in 20 minutes. We may see that go a little earlier. It is just about crossing the state line. This is the reason we were back on with you live, breaking into your program this evening because of a confirmed now tornado warning for Randolph County. We've got probably another 10-15 minutes at the most until the worst of this storm is into the western sections of Ohio. And again, we continue to see what comes out of out of Delaware County. They did get hail in the Selma area. We're getting some information from the Sheriff's Department that there could be some damage in and around the Selma area. We've got reporters working on this. We've got the newsroom working on this. And anything that you can pass along to us safely, we will take your information. We definitely don't want you going out if there is damage in this area. And speaking of damage, we did get some initial reports of a couple hundred people without power in Delaware County. We don't want you going out. I'm sorry, 2,300? Okay. Jen, 2,300 power outages reported in Delaware County. So when we get that many power outages and we were under a tornado warning, it kind of comes to mind that perhaps there was some damage in this area caused by severe storms. So we will continue to effort the latest information out of Delaware County, and we continue to monitor additional storms firing across central Indiana. But that brings me back to any damage in and around. We don't want you out getting pictures of damage if it is unsafe, and you must treat every down power line as if it is live. So if you do have damage around your property, around your home, say it's a power line, a power pole down, you must assume that it is live and let the professionals take care of that, because we would hate for anybody to get hurt surveying damage, and that can happen. We're starting now to get into darkness. The sun set about 15-20 minutes ago, so it is going to be dark. It is going to be difficult to not only spot severe weather, but if you have some damage in and around your property, that's going to be very difficult. Might be best to survey that in the morning, Sean.
That's the way things are shaking right now. Yeah, that cell is going to be in Ohio here very quickly. Still showing indications of producing a tornado. Eastern Randolph County here. We still have a long evening to go. A lot of the cells are hail producers. Some of them are showing rotation here. We knew this was going to be a problem here, so that warning continues. Spotters from the National Weather Service were detecting this tornado as it was moving into Winchester. Now that rotation is east of Winchester and about to hit the Ohio state line. But close enough to you in Union City, you should be in your safe location, and still within Winchester, but looks like it's moving quickly and moving away. We're still noticing some rotation on this cell that we've been following for a long time. And again, the environment still is spinning. We know this. We know that this is producing severe hail. That's without question. From Pendleton along 36 into Sulphur Springs. But on the southern edge of this storm, within this hook here, would be the area of concern if we were to get something to pop up here. So I'd love to say that we're completely done with tornado warnings. I just don't think just can't give you the all clear on that right now. We still have some cells, we still have some ingredients in place. And we've got a big hailer that's moving through Whitestown right now, through Zionsville. We've had over quarter-sized hail over a good portion of Hamilton County here. And we got additional thunderstorms to the west of Indianapolis, west-southwest of Indianapolis. Now, by the time we get to midnight, everything's going to be, southern Indiana. But we still got another 2-3 hours of where we're going to have a lot of action here, Angela. But and we're going to see how things look with the damage reports that are coming in from Selma, and we're probably going to get some damage, unfortunately, out of Hamilton County based on the radar. And I did get a report and a picture from Royerton of some easy golf ball to nearing baseball size hail, and that obviously can do a lot of damage. So big thank you to all of our viewers who safely can get a couple of pictures and take the time to send it to us. Definitely helps us verify what we're seeing on live Doppler 13 radar and bringing you this evening. We'll go east to west again and get you caught up on the warnings. We anticipate that confirmed tornado warning to make its way into the western part of Ohio in the next couple of minutes. So we should see this
be allowed to expire at 8:30, if not let go a few minutes ahead of time. Still the confirmed tornado warning for Union City, so it's made its way east of Winchester, east of Saratoga. Ridgeville, you still have some rain and some gusty winds. Another round of rain moving back into Delaware County, including Muncie and the Selma area. Again, big hail producers as well with these thunderstorms. Let's pick up that storm that Sean's been tracking with the potential of rotation. They did go severe thunderstorm warning on this. We were warning you, Marklettville, that it was headed in, and we do have now a severe thunderstorm warning for this area. So stay weather aware. Marklettville over towards Sulphur Springs. This is going to eventually make its way into the Newcastle area, but this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. And as we've talked about, based on your community, you may actually hear the sirens sound based on a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado watch. That severe thunderstorm warning will go until 8:45 for parts of Madison into Henry counties. 8:45 on that new severe thunderstorm warning. Large hail potential with this, Madison County into Henry County, and still that potential that it could produce a tornado. From there we go north, and this is a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Madison and Hamilton counties. That also goes until 8:45. When we see these dark purples, and at times tonight we've seen areas of black indicating large hail, and we're starting to see several reports of golf ball to baseball size hail with these storms this evening. They extend all the way back through Cicero into Noblesville. We've got that big storm Sean just mentioned moving through Boone County. Zionsville take cover, eastern Boone County into western Hamilton County. Another perhaps large hail producing storm moving off to the east right now. Indianapolis, we haven't had much in Marion County, but we're starting to see a few cells develop just to the southwest near Plainfield and Mooresville. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Greencastle and Brazil until 8:30. Large hail potential with these storms and perhaps some damaging winds. Not a lot of signs of rotation with these along Interstate 70, but we will continue to monitor all storm development. It looks like we've got one trying to go here just to the south of Bloomington, just to the west of Lake Monroe. So we will continue to keep a very close eye on live Doppler 13 radar this evening, as the storms that continue to develop still have that potential to go severe and produce tornadoes with little to no warning. That confirmed tornado warning set to expire here in about 12 minutes. So we're going to stick with you until it completely clears the state. And then we don't want you to go anywhere. We're going to have updates off and on most of the evening with continuing coverage and break in as necessary if we get any additional tornado warnings. But we knew it was coming. It was going to be a very active afternoon and evening. Expected 2 waves of storms. We got one earlier today with about a dozen hail reports and a handful of wind damage reports, but really this has been the main show today, this second wave with large hail, and unfortunately we're getting some reports of damage coming out of Delaware County. Speaking of Delaware County, Muncie, you've got some rain back overhead. That confirmed tornado warning cell just about out of the state of Indiana. Still monitoring potential for rotation. This is south of Anderson near the Marklettville area, moving east into Newcastle. So this will cover parts of Madison and northern Henry counties and then extend back into portions of Hamilton County. Hamilton County, Boone County, a couple of areas hit with some large hail just within the last hour or so, and we will obviously monitor carefully what's coming out of Illinois. This next cluster of storms will look to mainly impact the southern half of the state. If there's any good news right now, Lafayette, you're clear. Frankfort, you're clear. Marion, you're clear. That severe threat has pushed south, and that's where we expect it to go over the next several hours. Don't think it completely clears the state until about midnight, so we will be with you off and on over the next several hours, monitoring the storm development for you. As we have had severe storms, we have had several reports of large hail. Just got a picture out of the Westfield area about almost 1.5 to 2 inches in diameter. So we're looking golf ball to at times almost baseball size hail with some of these individual storms. Before this warning clears the state, I am going to get you caught back up on where we have the storms, and then if we can, we'll get you back to regular programming and cover this online and on social media for you as necessary. Muncie, we've got rain. Newcastle, hail core just to the northwest of Newcastle. So let's get an even closer view. We'll go street level on that because we are starting to see those areas of black indicating that large hail potential. So this is in the Markleville area, headed into Sulphur Springs. It may impact the Newcastle area, and it's still showing that little kind of hook. So at times we'll be monitoring this carefully to see if in fact it does rotate. But at this point, just a severe thunderstorm warning for this one. But go ahead and be in the safest part of your home, Madison and Henry counties, until this storm passes you by. And that's going to take about 20-30 minutes or so. That severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:45. Back to the west, LaPel, Cicero, Noblesville, heavy rain. Can't rule out small hail with a few of these, but the large hail producer is now across Madison, moving into Henry counties. We've got another hail producer right over and north of Zionsville. Little bit of that large hail core showing up here, which is just east of 421, approaching 31. So this will move back in between Westfield and Carmel. I know these areas have already been hard hit with perhaps golf ball size hail earlier this evening, just within the last half hour, 40 minutes or so, and another hail producing storm coming in. We'll watch some intensification here. So here we are, Indianapolis and Marion County, and here's I-70, and you can see some of the intensification of these storms now in between Clayton and Plainfield, Mooresville and Monrovia, and then back to the west to just northwest of Cloverdale. All of these storms that we're dealing with have the potential for producing large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. That tornado watch goes until midnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. And so far, damage reports coming in from the Delaware County area, mainly around Selma, something that we are efforting additional information from the Sheriff's Department up there, emergency managers in the county and in that area. So we will, of course, bring you updates as we get them on air, online, and of course, a full report for you at 11 o'clock. We have about 8 minutes or so left on that confirmed tornado warning in the eastern part of the state, but I can tell you that has now pushed off to the east into western Ohio, at least the worst part of that storm. So in terms of the confirmed tornado warning, Winchester, you're now in the clear along with most of Randolph County. Here's Muncie, here's Newcastle. One of the stronger cells that we're watching is approaching Newcastle, coming out of Madison County into northern Henry County with large hail and that potential for rotation. That little line extends back through Anderson into Westfield, another wave of potential large hail coming into western Hamilton County right now. And we go west and show you that, yes, we have additional storms into Terre Haute. Mention the good news. If you are north of this line, that severe threat has ended. I am going to show you a larger view of this storm. Eventually, we think the southern part of this will take over and take all of these storms south and east. But for us locally, that's not going to happen until we get to about midnight. So continue to stick with us. We will continue to keep you weather aware as the storms continue to fire and can really continue to intensify across parts of central Indiana. We're waiting until we get complete relief confirmation that this has completely left the state. We believe it has, and so we're going to get you to regular programming in just a second. Stay with us. We've seen it a couple of times already this afternoon and this evening. Storms that intensify quickly, produce a tornado, or at least that potential for a tornado. Getting some reports of some damage out of Delaware County. We're going to continue to get all of the information from the newsroom, and we want you to continue to stay weather aware. If you are under a severe thunderstorm warning this evening, treat it like a tornado warning. Most likely that storm is going to have large hail, and it will have the potential to produce rotation and a tornado. It is just about 8:25 on a Thursday evening. We're going to get you back to regular programming. Stay tuned for additional live updates and perhaps more additional comprehensive coverage if we get any additional tornado warnings this evening. County until 9 p.m. This is the storm, the strongest storm we were tracking when we left you just a few minutes ago, and now radar indicated tornado warning. This is near and around the Newcastle area. This warning goes until 9 p.m. We're going to give you a close-up view and go street level on where the rotation is with this one. We've been monitoring this one for quite a while. I'm going to remove this cylinder just to make it easier for you to be able to see some of the towns that are going to be in the path of this, just to make sure you can see those. And the rotating part is this little notch here that is just to the north of Westwood, just to the south of Sulphur Springs. If you are north of the rotation, you're in that large hail core that extends into the Fain Siding area. So we're north of Newcastle for that, and the Hillsborough area for that large hail core. But the rotating part of this storm looks to impact Newcastle within the next few minutes. So I'm going to come out just a bit, and we will put a track on this so you can see where we expect it to go next. There's the outline of the tornado warning. There's a severe thunderstorm warning as well in effect until 8:45, but we're back on with you live because of the tornado warning, and it's approaching Newcastle right now, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. This will also move eventually into the eastern part of the state. So while we're here, we'll put a quick track on it, give you some times of arrival. I'm going to track the rotating part of this storm, and it's basically right over Newcastle right now. Safest part of your home is going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. It's into Mount Summit and Newcastle now. Into Moreland in 11 minutes, into Franklin in 15, into Dalton in 16 minutes. So this will continue to move across parts of Henry County. It is a new tornado warning that goes until 9 o'clock this evening for those of you in and around the Newcastle area. We also just east of there have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to include Wayne County until 9:15. So kind of preparing you ahead of time, Wayne County, that you've got a severe storm just to your west. So heads up Franklin, Hagerstown, eventually Fountain City into Richmond. What you've been warned for is the storm that right now is capable of producing a tornado in and around the Newcastle areas where we have the rotation. From Middletown to Sulphur Springs, that's where we find that large hail core, and that's going to stay and make its way in between, and probably make its way toward the Franklin area with the rotation, perhaps if it holds together into the Hagerstown area. So we want you to be weather aware into the safest part of your home. That's the lowest level away from windows and doors, as we do have a new tornado warning for Henry County, and that's going to go until 9 o'clock this evening. We still have a cluster of storms, potential for some large hail as we look back toward Anderson and Lapel into Fishers as well. Fortville, we've got some heavy rain, severe thunderstorm warnings here, and that does include the northern sections of Marion County. So before we got right back on with you because of the tornado warning, we did get a couple of viewers asking about sirens in Marion County. Yes, that happens. Sometimes, depending on where you live, if you've got a tornado watch and a severe thunderstorm warning, and we have both now for the northern part of Marion County, although it looks like some of the roughest part of that storm is going to stay just north of you, Lawrence, and just be more around the Fishers and Castleton area with heavy rain and perhaps some large hail as well. Let's come out to a larger view. We've got some additional storms developing southwest side of Marion County, and then as we move over toward the airport area, Plainfield just south of there, Greencastle into Cloverdale, back to Brazil. Heavy rain, threat of some large hail and some gusty winds as well. And this broken line continues to sink a little bit farther south each time we're with you, and we eventually think it will completely sink south in the next couple of hours, should clear the state, and most of us will be out of that threat of severe weather by about midnight. Unfortunately, we're back on with you live because of the threat of a tornado. It is radar indicated for Henry County, but we want to make sure that the folks that live in and around the Newcastle area are aware and in the safest part of your home, as this is over Newcastle right now with that hail core near Sulphur Springs, and this storm is moving east. We continue to get a little bit of information in from the last time we were on in terms of perhaps a couple of areas of damage, one near Selma, which is just south of Muncie, the other in and around the Winchester area in Randolph County because of what ended up being a confirmed tornado warning. Now, we won't know for sure until the National Weather Service gets out there, surveys the damage, and we won't know for sure until the ground in those a couple of those locations to see what kind of damage, if any, is coming from that area. But early indications, early reports to the newsroom are that we do have a couple of areas to be concerned with from damage from severe storms tonight, one in the southern sections of Delaware County, the other near Winchester in Randolph County. We're back on with you live because of a tornado warning for Newcastle and Henry County. This goes until 9 o'clock this evening. Franklin, Hagerstown, Moreland, all in the path. It's over Newcastle right now and will continue to move east at about 40 miles per hour and eventually make its way into portions of Wayne County. In fact, Wayne County already under a severe thunderstorm warning because of what's starting to move in. And Franklin, Hagerstown, you can see some of that hail core beginning to make its way across the county line. In the city of Indianapolis and Marion County, it's been a quiet evening so far. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for southern Marion into Johnson counties. So basically southern Marion into Johnson. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15. So again, if you live in Marion County, you may hear those sirens go. And remember, those are only for outdoor use. We really want to be there for you to let you know when these warnings are issued. You get them on your cell phone. You can have a weather radio as well. And those sirens are really meant for outdoor use only. But sometimes you can't hear them inside. And oftentimes when we have a tornado watch and a severe thunderstorm warning, those sirens will sound, and we've seen it already this evening with little warning that these storms can quickly rotate. We've seen it already a couple of times tonight. A new severe thunderstorm warning for southern Marion and northern half of Johnson County. That will go until 9:15. While we're here, I'll do a quick track on this to let you know where this storm will go. Already starting to see some intensification with it, and it is approaching Southport right now. So I'll do the strongest part of the storm and we'll track it off to the east. These have been going 40 to 50 miles per hour. So into Homecroft in 6 minutes, Southport in 6, Beech Grove in 8, Greenwood in less than 10 minutes. So continue to be in the safest part of your home, away from windows and doors. The storms that we have had so far tonight have been large hail producers, and at least we think on a couple of occasions, perhaps some damage to structures. We don't have any complete confirmation on that yet, but we are efforting that. You can see it's still a very active live Doppler 13 radar from Terre Haute to the Greencastle area to now approaching Greenwood, south side of Indianapolis, over to the Newcastle area, specifically Henry County, and that tornado warning that goes until 9 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm warning issued ahead of that storm into Wayne County. So Richmond, that includes you, and you can see that strong storm, severe storm, now over Newcastle, approaching Franklin and Hagerstown with large hail, and eventually Fountain City, Webster into Richmond, already under a severe thunderstorm warning because of the cell that is over Newcastle right now. If this one is rotating, looks like that rotation is going to make its way into Hagerstown, should stay north of Cambridge City. On that easterly path, it would move into Webster with the hail core into Fountain City. So something that we'll monitor for the eastern part of our viewing area. But for now, it is a severe thunderstorm warning for you, Richmond, Hagerstown, Webster, Fountain City, because of this potentially rotating storm that is pushing just to the east of Newcastle right now. Sean, any additional information that you can share?
Not much, other than the fact that I've circled a zone that I just want people to be in their safe spot here within this particular area. That's going to include Hagerstown and Greens Fork. This cell, and this is the one that we have been following. It's had some hints of rotation for the better part of the last hour. Big hail producer that went through Hamilton County initially here. So tornado warning will continue. It is a severe thunderstorm warning downstream of that may need to be upgraded to a tornado warning. Either way, I would just get in your safe spots until this rotation can get to the east of you. I say rotation and potential tornado. That is a very tight tight spin on radar, okay? Similar to what happened in eastern Delaware and Randolph counties here. So this is now just east of Newcastle. It is north of 70 and near Ashland and Millville. So looking at our debris detector here, I think it's being contaminated a little bit by some of the large hail that's with the system, but very possible. And there you go. They did change that to a tornado warning downstream of where we were warning. So we now have a new tornado warning. This will include at least the northern half of Wayne County. Again, Hagerstown, Fountain City, Richmond is technically in this tornado warning, okay? Lowest level of your structure, away from windows, in the middle portion of your home. Basement is preferable, but again, just get in the middle portion. Hopefully you have your safety kit, and if you don't, just you can grab the bicycle helmet, pillows, protect your head, all right? So again, now east of Newcastle, this is moving about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So new tornado warning that's been issued. There's Brown Road. This is going to be the eastern portion of Henry County. And that, let's go ahead and put a storm path on this. We're going to take this out with a forward speed of about 45 miles per hour. So this, not including the hail, this is merely the rotating portion of this storm here. And we're going to take this out at about 45, 50 miles per hour. And I'm going to expand the time here, and let's take it out for at least the next hour. If the rotation continues on this particular path, Hagerstown within 5 minutes, Fountain City within the half hour. So this is why we're on the air right now. Now I know the sirens may be sounding elsewhere around the metro area. Want to show you, as we start looking for rotation, not seeing rotation, that does not mean we don't have severe thunderstorms. We know that there's still some hailers moving through. Greenwood's about to get hit with large hail. The sirens may be sounding because of severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued within a tornado watch. We don't have control over that, okay? If we start to see rotation within this storm, we will certainly let you know right away. But of immediate concern here is this tornado warning that is for portions of Henry County and portions of Wayne County here. And that spin is going to be crossing over into Wayne County. And let's just hope this doesn't materialize, Angela, but we were thinking that we might get a tornado warning, and sure enough, there it is.
Yes, and based on that signature, not surprised that they upgraded that severe thunderstorm warning into a tornado warning, but kind of glad the National Weather Service issued that severe thunderstorm warning so far in advance so that we could be talking already about Wayne County and Richmond as this storm makes its exit from Henry County. That's where we're going to start right now as we pick up our team coverage into the eastern part of the state with this tornado warning that now includes parts of Henry County into Wayne County. Sean was showing that rotation signature near and around the Moreland and Franklin area, approaching Hagerstown right now. You don't have any time left to get into the safe place. Let's hope you're there, western sections of Wayne County, and then it will continue to move off to the east. So I'm going to slide radar just a little bit east so that I am not in the way, that you can actually see the towns that will be in the path as this moves toward the state line. So the rotating part of this storm approaching Hagerstown right now with that large hail core to the north near Moreland and Franklin. And then based on moving east at about 40, the rotating part of the storm impacts Hagerstown into Greens Fork, into Webster, with perhaps that large hail core impacting Fountain City. For now looks to stay just north of Richmond, but Richmond, Spring Grove, you also need to be in the safest part of your home because you are under this new tornado warning. Sean was covering that as it happened, as it changed from a severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado warning, and the tornado warning goes until 9:15 for Wayne County. And we've seen this now a couple of times. Rapid intensification, especially in our eastern viewing area, that we've seen these severe storms go to potentially tornadic. We're starting to get some information now from the newsroom. We have Chase Howell, who is on his way to Selma. He's about 35 minutes away, letting us know that the driving conditions are bad. So I'm going to just expand the view. I'm not going away from the tornado warning, so we have Chase Howell that left the station. He is headed into southern Delaware County, south of Muncie, where we're getting reports that there is damage. So he's about 35 minutes out, says the driving conditions are bad, and you can see why. He's traveling through these additional storms in the Middletown area, in and around the Madison County area. So that's what he's driving through. So Chase Howell is on his way into Selma. He's about 35 minutes out. We also got information that they are now up to over 6,500 customers in Delaware and Randolph counties without power. So when you have that many customers without power in a couple of counties, it's this area here in between Muncie, Parker City, and Winchester, that's an indication to us that there is damage. Obviously, we've got well, I can't say obviously because I'm not there, but most likely we've got some power lines down. If we've got 6,500 plus customers now without power in this area from Muncie to Winchester. But our Chase Howell is on his way there, and as soon as he is there and can get us some information on what kind of damage, what has been damaged, we will of course let you know. Our primary concern at this moment is with this rotating storm over Hagerstown right now. Large hail near Franklin. That large hail core will move across the northern sections of Wayne County, impacting Fountain City. The rotating part of this storm, by rotating we mean this storm may produce a tornado. It's headed into Greens Fork and Webster, will cross 27 here in the next 15-20 minutes or so. So it will move across Wayne County. I know Sean did do a track on this. I'm going to do one more before we get you covered on some of the other storms that are developing right now. So I'm going to track the leading edge of that potential rotation that's in Hagerstown, moving east at about 40 or so. That puts it into Greens Fork in 7 minutes, Webster in 14, Fountain City in 16. So as I said, you got 15-20 minutes, but really you don't have that much time to get into the safest part of your home. We want to make sure you're there now, as the tornado warning has been issued until 9:15. We will come out to a larger view. There are those bad travel conditions that Chase Howell is driving through right now, about 35 minutes away from Selma. So that puts him in this area that we're dealing with heavy rain, but he is on his way. Let's go into Hamilton and Marion and Johnson counties now. These are severe thunderstorm warnings now for the city of Indianapolis and Marion County until 9:30. We have additional warnings that include Greenwood. These have been issued due to hail producing thunderstorms and may actually produce some severe winds, and we can't rule out a tornado or two as well. We still have those same atmospheric ingredients in play right now to support tornado producing thunderstorms. So there's the severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County until 9:30. We've got one for Johnson County until 9:15. First rumbles of thunder in downtown Indianapolis this evening after some strong to severe storms earlier today. Let's come out and we'll go west and show you the storms. Non-severe at this point. Greencastle, some very heavy rain in Cloverdale, south to Spencer and Gosport. All of this continuing to move off to the east. So heads up, Morgan County. No warnings for you right now, at least Mooresville to Brooklyn to Adams to Martinsville. However, you do have this cluster of storms building out to your west with heavy rain, lots of lightning, small hail, and damaging winds can't be ruled out completely with some of those storms. Our main concern continues to be, at least at this very moment, this tornado warning with that rotation in and around the Hagerstown area. Sean was analyzing some of the velocities with that and clearly can continue to see that tight rotation right over Hagerstown. This moving east will head into Webster. Hail core looks to make its way into Fountain City. So these are the next two communities that we want to make sure you are weather aware and in the safest part of your home. This one still looks like it's rotating, very tight signature in terms of that rotation on live Doppler 13 radar right now. Let's check. One other thing that has been kind of interesting this evening is the amount of large hail reports that we've seen, and we've been able to show you that with the hail, what we call a hail swath. So it kind of takes the history of these hail producing thunderstorms over the last hour or so, and you can see there have been several, and some of those large hail storms have also been responsible for, at least a couple of them, for rotation and the potential for some damage as well. So we continue to monitor that storm that is in the eastern part of the state. Tornado warned storm for us in the Wayne County area. It does include Richmond. Richmond at this point, unless it takes a dive south and east, I think it stays just north of you, but heads into Webster and Fountain City. And we continue to track this storm very closely. It's been a busy night in the western sections of Ohio as well, because these storms that have intensified for us in the eastern half of the state continue to produce confirmed tornado warnings in the western sections of Ohio. It has been a busy day with 2 rounds of storms, and this second round proving to be the more dangerous of the 2. So we continue to have team coverage for you here on Channel 13. The newsroom in place to monitor the severe weather. That tornado warned storm for Henry County is now crossing the county line into Wayne County. It is over Hagerstown, moving very quickly off to the east. So Greens Fork, Webster, Fountain City, please be in the safest part of your home, low level, away from windows and doors, as this tornado warned storm continues to move across Wayne County and continues to show a very tight circulation with the velocities that we can show you on live Doppler 13 radar. And that's what they're monitoring as well out at the National Weather Service. So a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings for Marion and Johnson counties, and Morgan County. I spoke too soon. You are now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45. Lots of rain, lots of wind with these, lots of lightning, and the potential for some severe wind and severe hail at this point. So Morgan County, the city of Martinsville, now under the severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45. Also included in this warning, Spencer, so we include Owen County as well. So that's new information from the National Weather Service, a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings, Sean.
Yeah, and on live Doppler 13 radar, we don't see this very often, but this is the tornado debris signature marker that has popped up here in eastern Henry County. It's with the cell now that's in Wayne County here. So, and I agree with your assessment. This is moving more easterly. That would keep it north of Richmond. However, Fountain City, Webster, you would be very much in play with this. Strong rotation. It's reminiscent of what we had earlier this evening that did damage in parts of Delaware and Randolph counties. You can see there that's basically the red and green next to each other. All right, so this is where our spin is right here. And that's why the tornado warning was extended from Henry into Wayne counties here. All right, so just north, very close to State Road 38 there, and going to cross over Manning Road in Wayne County. Northern half of Wayne County, this tornado warning is going to continue. Now moving to the northeast of Hagerstown. Now I'm not noticing like a distinct donut hole on our debris tracker, but there could be some debris within there, and that was enough for what triggered that marker that was indicating that this probably has done at least some damage. We'll see exactly what it may have hit. But we want you to stay in your safe locations north of Richmond. You still need to watch it, Richmond, but it's to me it's trending more toward Fountain City. So Fountain City, lowest level, middle portion. until this cell can get to the east of you. Okay, we still have a pretty long evening to go. Additional thunderstorms, and as we've tried to address our best, we don't make the policy of when a severe thunderstorm warning is issued that the tornado sirens will sound within a tornado watch. I can tell you, and Angela has been doing the same thing. We really, other than that cell that we have really harpened on, the severe thunderstorm warnings are being issued primarily for hail. But if we happen to see an area that shows sign of rotation, we will certainly be on top of it and let you know about that. But I know it can be a little confusing, but those are the rules that we don't necessarily make. But just understand that yes, we do have a tornado watch for all of central Indiana, and now Indianapolis, Southport, Greenwood, Plainfield under severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 9:30. But that's why the sirens are sounding here. As we play back the radar, just show you the sequence here, even over the last half hour. This is a cell that the one that went through Newcastle. This started in southern Hamilton County. We were watching that hook on it all evening long, and we were saying how, we can't guarantee that it's going to or not going to produce rotation, and unfortunately it did. And so this tornado warning is going to continue to run here. And but east of Hagerstown, there's a lot of rural area out here, but again, in its path, unfortunately, we could have a couple of city centers. Close call economy, you should still be in your low level. Williamsburg and Fountain City, based on the path, that's basically what we're looking at here, is those two areas. And this thing is going to be there very quickly, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes here, Angela. And then this will go over into Ohio. And then we'll still have to monitor radar the rest of the evening until this axis can get south of us.
Yeah, and you've been tracking this all day since the noon hour when the first wave moved through, letting folks know it probably wouldn't be until after midnight before we see this axis completely clear the state. Getting some, again, preliminary information, not completely confirmed on our end, although we do have crews headed into the eastern part of the state, but hearing there could be some damage at the Winchester Walmart. That's according to Delaware County Sheriff Tony Skinner. So that was an area that the last tornado warning we were on with you when it developed near Muncie and Ball State, moved into Selma, and then moved into Winchester and Randolph County as a confirmed tornado warning. And it's one of a couple of areas we think that we have damage at this point, one in Selma, the other in Winchester. And we're hearing that they need some help there. So we will continue to get the information and get it confirmed. Again, we have crews on their way into the eastern part of the state. But when we cover severe weather, we most of the time hope we end up with nothing out of it. But unfortunately, that doesn't appear to be the case, especially for the eastern part of our state, at least from what we're hearing. Right now, it is Mount Pleasant to Newcastle with heavy rain. That tornado warning continues with the rotation east of Hagerstown now, moving just to the north of Winchester. But what I just said about potential damage in Selma, potential damage in the Winchester area, it's because of cells like this. So if you can take the warning now, Fountain City, Webster, and please be in the safest part of your home. Don't worry if you don't have a basement. Just get to the middle. Choose a closet, choose a bathroom, something that doesn't have windows, and if you have just a second to grab a pillow or a blanket, something to protect your head as well. So that is our main concern right now, is the storm moving through Wayne County, a tornado warning for it. On the backside, we've got heavy rain in and around the Newcastle area. These are severe thunderstorm warnings in a tornado watch. So yes, the sirens at times will sound. Heaviest rain is on the south side of Marion County into portions of Johnson County. This area here, not showing any signs of rotation at this point, not showing signs of that intense hail. If you've been with our coverage all evening, we've had these areas of purple and black showing up on radar, and we really only get those when we get large hail. And we've had confirmation with that from viewer pictures coming out of Hamilton County, coming out of Boone and Clinton counties with golf ball to at times near baseball size hail. Not necessarily seeing that intensity here, but small hail, pea to marble size, possible with these storms, along with gusty winds that may near 60 miles per hour. The good news at this point, no signs of any rotation or any significant intensification at this point, at least with the storms that we have in Indianapolis and Greenwood. Sean? Yeah,
just got a new tornado warning. This is going to be for parts of Owen County here. In an environment, the rotation is not as tight as the cell in eastern Indiana, but it's in an environment that could allow this to continue to strengthen here. So this is going to be for Gosport, just north of Spencer, and this is obviously north of Bloomington. But if you are in Paragon, south of Martinsville, along 69 and Ellettsville, we seem to say that town a lot when it comes to warnings. But this is a tornado warning moving east-southeast. New warning goes until 9:30. This is for radar indicated rotation here. We'll kind of monitor and make sure that we're not picking up on any debris just yet, but it's a radar indicated, but it is in a zone. Let me put the reflectivity back on. So not much to contaminate or mess with this storm's inflow, and that's going to be very key as we progress over the next hour here. Obviously, we still have the tornado warned storm in Wayne County, and we've mentioned the areas that should be in their safe locations, but this is a new one that just popped in here. We told you we would keep an eye on the velocity or any spinning, but this is crossing over 231 as we speak. There's Spencer and there's Gosport. So if you're in that red polygon, certainly along and east of 231, go ahead and get in your safe locations, and we'll monitor this over the next 30 minutes, Angela, to see if this thing tightens up at all. But it's dark now, and this thing likely, if it is producing tornado, would be rain wrapped, things like that. So get in the safe locations until we can give you the all clear on that one.
Yeah, and you just read my mind. I was getting ready to say the same thing. We've lost daylight, so it's going to be very difficult to spot severe weather. So it's one of those nights, if you don't have to run out for anything this evening, it might be a good idea to let these storms pass you by. If you're Lafayette, if you're Marion, now northern Hamilton County, Tipton, Kokomo, you're in the clear. Your severe threat is over. But Indianapolis I-70 south, that severe threat will continue for the next couple of hours. And again, if you don't have to go out, it might be worth staying at home, because these storms have a history of large hail, putting down a lot of rain in a short amount of time, which can be very difficult to see in the dark. If you're driving in the rain and you can't see, if you've got some big puddles you're driving into, it's just a little hazardous at this point. So if you can stay home, might be the best option if you don't have to go out at this point. Let's go east to west on the storms. We still have a couple of tornado warnings. The new one that Sean just pointed out, the one that brought us back on the air, is set to expire here at 9:15. So we've got another 10 minutes on this tornado warning. Good news, Richmond, it's north of you. Bad news, Webster, right over you at this point, with that larger hail potential right over Fountain City. So this one materializing how we thought, moving off to the east across the northern half of Wayne County. So Richmond, it's north of you, but Fountain City, you're into the hail core, rotating part of this storm over Webster, and we've got another 10 minutes or so before this one will be out of the state, but we do have additional warnings. Back through Newcastle into Mount Pleasant, not severe at this point, at least you're not under a warning, but still the potential for some large hail and very heavy rain from Newcastle to Moreland into the Franklin area. So this is just to the south of Mount Pleasant. We move off to the west and pick up So this is Hamilton County. Severe threat really starting to wind down for you, Hamilton and Madison counties. So our focus beginning to shift south. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings for downtown Indianapolis, south into Greenwood, into Johnson County, including New Whiteland, and then that tornado warned cell for the area just to the north of Spencer, in between Spencer and Cloverdale. If this one holds together, it's going to make its way out of Owen County into portions of Morgan County. So stick with us. These have been a couple of communities we really haven't mentioned much until now. We're starting to see that big complex out of Illinois move now across the southern part of our state and prompting several severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. There's a close-up view of that tornado warning for the Gosport area. Sean was checking the velocities in this region, and we see a little bit of broad rotation, nothing very tight at this point, but it is something that we continue to monitor. Our shear detector picking up on some of that weak shear at this point, and even if it doesn't rotate, has the potential for some damaging winds and some large hail. So if you live in this area, in and around the Gosport area, you need to be in the safest part of your home, and that is the lowest level away from windows and doors. And we can see a little bit of intensification there just west of you, Gosport. So this is basically just south of the Carp area, approaching 231 and moving now east of 231 into Gosport. So safest part of your home, that's where you need to be if you live across parts of Owen County at this point. This tornado warning for Owen County goes until 9:30 this evening. And then off to the east, it is a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Morgan County, including the Paragon area, Martinsville, Brooklyn, Adams as well. You've got some potentially severe storms overhead. It has been an active day of weather for central Indiana. We expected a couple of waves of storms. We got one earlier today with about a dozen hail reports, a handful of wind damage reports, and then saw the intensification of a line of storms that developed late during our 4 o'clock news, the beginning of 5 o'clock, had the tornado watch issued, and we've had now a handful of tornado warnings from late this afternoon through this evening, and that's why our live team coverage continues. Richmond, you're about to be in the clear with that tornado warned storm, as the roughest part is staying just to your north. But don't let your guard down. Richmond, I know the heaviest part of that cell is just north of you, but still could get in on some gusty winds, potential for damaging winds, and some large hail until that completely clears Wayne County. Additional severe storms from Indianapolis south to Franklin, and then that tornado warned cell as well. We are hoping to get some information from our Chase Howell, who is headed to Selma. So that's going to be really, I think, the area of concern for us as far as getting information on damage, any injuries. Those two areas, Selma and Winchester, right now appear to be a couple of the hardest hit with a potential tornado that developed earlier this evening, southern Delaware County, and then into Randolph County. And we're concerned still with the Richmond area and Gosport, with a couple of warned cells at this point. So we will go into the eastern part of the state. That tornado warning set to expire here in about 5 minutes. Hail core near Fountain City, rotation moving east of you, Webster. That is some good news as we're about ready to say goodbye to this rotating storm. It doesn't look quite as intense, well, it still looks fairly intense on this view, in between Webster and Fountain City. Maybe not quite as tight as it was or as pronounced as it was as it moved through Hagerstown, but still clear sign that it's rotating in between Fountain City and Webster, and still a clear sign on radar that we have that large hail core potential as well. So just let this one pass you by. You've got another about 5-10 minutes or so before it is out of the state, and that tornado warning will be cleared from the National Weather Service for Wayne County, but it does continue until 9:15 this evening. Let's go back to the west and widen this view just a little bit. We do have heavy rain, Franklin and Newcastle. So even though you're going to Fountain City and the rest of Wayne County, you're going to get out of that severe threat as far as a rotating storm. You're still going to be in and out of what you see out to your west. And that's heavy rain, gusty winds, and still perhaps some large hail with this one. We've got another cell forming just southern Madison County, so this is going to be in between Fortville and Pendleton. Again, you're not completely clear of severe weather until you get northern Hamilton County and points north. It's still along this broken line that we have these individual storms developing from time to time. Dive into Marion County and you can see heavy rain from Beech Grove to Southport. We move into Johnson County, Greenwood, New Whiteland. Large hail potential here, pushing just east of Interstate 65. So moving now into the eastern sections of Johnson County. We'll head into Shelby and Rush counties next. Back to the west, Mooresville into Brooklyn. Heavy rain, maybe some small hail, gusty winds with this. And then as we push south, we still have that tornado warned storm for the Gosport area. And it's this cell right here. And again, we've seen some intensification, and you can see that here with the areas of purple showing up, indicating that intensification for this tornado warned cell into Gosport. It's overhead now. It would head toward the Paragon area if it holds together and continue to move across parts of Morgan County into Martinsville. Martinsville, you've had some rain already today and tonight, but missing out so far on that severe threat. A larger view with live Doppler 13 radar really shows what we're left with. If you are north, your severe threat has come to an end. Indianapolis and the surrounding communities and points south, that severe threat will continue. And right now, we don't have it clearing the state until about midnight. So it is something that we continue to monitor. As I mentioned, our Chase Howell is on his way to Selma. As soon as he gets into a place where he can pass along some information of what he's seeing up there, we will let you know and perhaps hear from him. If we don't during our live coverage here, we will hear from him coming up at 11. Most likely the National Weather Service will be out in that area from Muncie to Winchester, surveying any damage, if not tomorrow, in the coming days, to let us know what we actually dealt with. And unfortunately, if you are one of the folks cleaning up at this hour and in the days to come, we are thinking about you and the 7,000 plus people in this area without power tonight, Sean.
Yeah, that's it. Overall, the axis of severe weather is gradually sinking south of Indy. We still have very strong rotation that's moving through Fountain City now. It'll be over in Ohio here in the next 10 minutes, but moving through that northeastern corner of Wayne County. Elsewhere, the rotation with the tornado warning in Owen County seems to be sliding a little bit to the southeast here. So I think it's going to kind of creep into, it's already in Monroe County here. So got a new severe thunderstorm warning thunderstorm warning that's in effect, but rotation now kind of drifting toward the southeast. I would watch this rather closely if I were in Ellettsville as well as Bloomington and Lake Lemon until it could get to the east of me. Not tornado warned right now. And in fact, the rotation is outside of the tornado warning polygon as it's moving pretty quickly here. More of an east-southeast movement. So you can see it's outside of Gosport in my opinion, but the rotating part of the storm is over Ellettsville. And this is going to kind of continue its southeastern movement. So that would put IU in play. We'll see. Bloomington and as well as Lake Lemon. And as we kind of look upstream, there's still some pockets of potential wind shear as well. So until this axis, this whole line can get to the south of our viewing area, on the southern portion of it is fair game for continued areas of rotation here. Warnings expired for Marion County. And looks like possibly the warning has been allowed to expire for Wayne County. Still some rotation, but that's heading over into Ohio now. So, and I would argue again, Angela, the rotation with that tornado warning in Owen County is now, to the east. So we had this new severe thunderstorm warning that's in place. That goes until 10 p.m. That's going to include portions of Johnson, Morgan, Brown, and Monroe counties, and that will go until 10 p.m. severe
Okay.
thunderstorm warning.
Okay, so that's a little bit of good news that they went severe thunderstorm warning instead of tornado warning. But as we've mentioned all night long, conditions in place for severe storms to quickly produce tornadoes. Chase Howell, just within the last 10 minutes, tweeted that he's cleared a bit, and as he heads to Selma, so that means his driving conditions are getting better. He's on statewide State Road 3, headed on to State Road 32. They were 5 miles away from Selma, where he was told from the Delaware County Sheriff that there was, quote, a lot of damage near that area. So we hope to hear from him again, if not a live report while we're on live with you. It will definitely happen at 11 o'clock, as he'll have he'll be on the ground and be able to tell us what he's seen, and some information that I know we want to make sure we pass along to you. This is the latest with live Doppler 13 radar. As Sean mentioned, the tornado warning for the eastern part of the state was allowed to expire. Still a heads up, Wayne County and Richmond, anywhere from Franklin to Hagerstown to Lynn to Fountain City, Webster, Richmond, large area of heavy rain. Still may be producing some hail and some gusty winds with the backside of this storm cell. So we've got another maybe 20 minutes or so before you're going to get out of the rough part of these storms. A couple of additional cells have developed near the Pendleton area. Again, these quickly could be big hail producers, gusty wind producers, and obviously lots of heavy rain. We still have heavy rain from Greenwood to Whiteland, Franklin, Nineveh into Martinsville. Looks like, Sean, that tornado warning was allowed to go. And it's kind of interesting noticing more of a kind of a bow or a curvature out ahead of this line that may indicate more of a straight line wind threat versus a threat that rotating threat. Regardless, whether it's straight line winds or winds that rotate, damaging winds, at least that potential still exists. And this one is headed into the Martinsville area. It will move across Morgan County, and I'm going to give you a couple of closer, at least one closer view to see if we can get any additional little small towns to pop up. So really rough part of this storm headed into Browns Crossing, Turkey Track, into Martinsville and Maxwell. So if you're familiar with this area, eastern part of Morgan County, when we start to see this little curvature on the radar indicating we've got winds racing out in advance of this, that indicates that straight line wind potential can do just as much damage as a tornado. So even if you're not under a tornado warning, this severe thunderstorm warning, we want you to treat it as if it could be a damaging storm that is moving into Martinsville and the eastern half of Morgan County. Sean also mentioned Ellettsville. We saw it earlier today with the southern part of a line of storms produce a tornado in Madison in the southeastern part of the state. That tornado moved across the Ohio River. So we have to monitor all of these storms very closely as the ingredients are still in play for storms that may produce tornadoes. Another significant cell here into Greene County. So we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for you until 10:15. So severe storms from Jasonville to Cass. This will move into Linton and eventually into Bloomfield. So across Greene County, and may southern sector head back into the Spencer area and Owen County. So we still have some additional severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. I am going to ask Jen if she would like us to keep going and wait for Chase, or do we want to get folks back to regular programming for a bit? Right now, we don't have any tornado warnings. We have a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings from the Greenwood area through Martinsville and Ellettsville into Bloomington, and then that latest one that goes until 10:15 for parts of Greene County. We are going to continue for just a little bit longer to see if we can get some information from Chase on the damage that we are hearing south of Muncie near Selma over toward Winchester into the eastern part of the state. So stick with us. We know it's been a busy evening. We may have interrupted your favorite show, but we do that to keep people safe here on 13 News. And unfortunately, it sounds like we've got a couple of areas that may end up with damage, whether from a tornado or straight line winds. But we did end up with a confirmed tornado warning in the Winchester area. So most likely that's the damage or that confirmation we're going to see coming out of Delaware and Randolph counties in the coming days. And if you are cleaning up, if you are one of those without power, hopefully you've got some great neighbors that can help you out, and we'll be definitely thinking about you. We've got heavy rain and storms that may produce some damaging winds. That threat continuing across the southern half now of the state, and that's really where the focus will go over the next couple of hours as we move south. Still potential for some hail with this one. Richmond, you've got rain, the worst of the storm. Fountain City to pushing east of Hagerstown, still with the potential of hail here across the northern sections of Wayne County. And it looks like they went at severe thunderstorm warning on that because of that still threat, that continued threat. Severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne County until 10 p.m. Richmond, that does not include you. It is just north of you. We go south and west. We've had some rain in and around Marion County, but nothing reaching severe limits right now. On the northwest side near Pike Township over into Lawrence and Castleton, easy to see where we have the heaviest rain that could quickly lead to some water over roadways. Another reason, if you don't have to go out the rest of tonight, might be good to stay inside now that we've lost daylight. That's more difficult to see. As expected, these are moving into Shelby County, so right over Shelbyville. Rushville, you will be next. We have steady rain from Greenwood to New Whiteland, Franklin, and then back through Martinsville. Severe thunderstorm warning for you, Martinsville. And as I pointed out the last time, it definitely looked like this was taking more of a bow shape versus the hook shape that we saw earlier today with a couple of our cells that we think did produce damage and perhaps a couple of tornadoes. Still may end up with some straight line wind damage out of these, so heads up Martinsville and Morgantown. That storm is moving off to the east. And then as we go south and west, here's that next one that's showing severe signs. It's over Jasonville, so it's just come out of Sullivan into the western sections of Greene County right now. Any new information from the National Weather Service, or, you know, we're kind of, again, when I think I said this already, we prefer to not have anything confirmed out of a severe weather event. We don't think that's going to be the case this time around out of Delaware and Randolph counties, Sean.
Yeah, other than the spotters of, you know, kind of going off of what we, you know, the Walmart was damaged in Winchester. Spotters are confirming that. They're saying too dark. Too dark to determine. This is from our Weather Service chat here. Taco Bell to the north may have been flattened, and severe damage to the Goodwill in Winchester as well. So, and that zone from Selma to Winchester would also include farmland as well. Yeah. That zone, when we get to daylight, you know, we're probably going to, you know, see exactly what this tornado did. And we know that it was a tornado based on radar and based on spotter confirmation as well.
And, you know, that's why we are in severe weather and flooding preparedness week, and it's the reason we talk about, you know, knowing where to go. It's the reason we practice that statewide tornado drill on Tuesday morning. It's the reason we want you to think ahead of time. Okay, I am at a Taco Bell, I am at a Walmart, and I get the alert on my phone that I'm under a tornado warning. You know, what do I do? Where do I go? We know big open spaces like a Walmart, not necessarily safe unless you can get yourself into a tighter place with, you know, maybe in a bathroom or a dressing room or something like that. We saw it several years ago with a Starbucks, Sean, up in Kokomo, where folks huddled in a freezer, and really or a refrigerator or something. That's what saved them when we had all of that damage that hit the Kokomo area and that Starbucks. So that's why we talk about severe weather during this week and try to prepare you ahead of time so that you can be thinking, okay, if I am in one of these locations, if I'm not at home, if I'm not where I work or where I go to school, and it happens somewhere different, do I know what to do in the event of severe weather? And that's why we practice and we talk about it. And we hate to see information like that coming to us. Swan just shared looks like a video coming to us of that tornado in Selma. So we've got that on Twitter right now, and we will be gathering all of this information and hoping to get the latest from Chase as soon as he is in a position to safely give us that information on what he's seen in Selma. But it's going to be most likely Selma and Winchester hard hit. We may end up with some issues perhaps coming out of northern Wayne County or northern sections of Henry County with that latest tornado that brought us on the air live. Our live team coverage continues. Now we are again waiting to hear any information that we can get from Chase and the National Weather Service and the Sheriff's Departments and emergency managers that are going to be very busy in the coming hours and in the coming days, we think, especially in this area, Selma over toward Winchester in the northeastern part of the state. And a quick reminder, if you do have damage, it's now dark. It's probably not safe to get out and survey that damage. We want to make sure you and your family are safe, so report that damage, get the help that you need from the community that you're in, and definitely treat every power line that's down as a live wire. Jen, any new information that we can give our viewers this evening? I know Chase was getting close to the Selma area, and I do know it takes a bit of time to get your bearings once you're in a community, and we realize it's dark and it may be difficult, but we hope. Okay, we are hoping to hear from Chase or at least get a little information. And it's difficult too because we want to pass along information to you. The Sheriff's Department's up there. Emergency managers want to make sure their community is safe. And so oftentimes media, and rightfully so, are the second priority. They want to make sure that they've got their community in place. But we will be passing on to you any information on damages, any damage. We hope we don't have to pass along any information on any injuries at this point. This is live Doppler 13 radar showing the storms continuing to move across central Indiana, still with that potential of reaching severe limits. I'd say one of the stronger storms right now is intensifying just south of Greenwood, right along 31 and Interstate 65 from Greenwood to Franklin. So we'll keep an eye on this one. You can see some of that purple showing up, possible for some large hail here. And that's a close-up view. So basically it's right over New Whiteland, east of Bargersville, and continuing to move off to the east. While we're here, we'll check those velocities just to make sure we don't see any rotation, because we are still under a tornado watch for a good part of central Indiana until midnight. Nothing very tight, perhaps a little broad rotation here between Franklin and New Whiteland. Nothing as significant as what we saw with a couple of those what we think tornado-produced cells up across the northeastern part of the state. But still high wind potential, large hail potential with these storms. And this by far is one of the strongest that will move across parts of Johnson County into Shelby County. So heads up, Shelbyville. Kind of just the beginning for you. It's been pretty quiet early this evening, but now we're getting in on the southern part of that complex of storms. Another somewhat strong storm coming through Martinsville, not quite as intense as it was, but just be aware, Morgantown, potential for some gusty winds out of that one, and in between Ellettsville and Bloomington, another severe storm potential into Greene County. So this is over Jasonville and Linton right now, headed into Bloomfield. So we still have 3-4 severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have the tornado watch in effect, and we have just the beginning of what will be probably a busy couple days as we are out in the communities surveying what damage is left behind from tonight's storms. And it did today come in a couple of rounds. The first one earlier today, not nearly as severe, as organized as what we've dealt with today. Really tonight rather, really all of the ingredients coming into play for tornado producing storms. And we still can't rule it out. Radar, I have to admit, is looking much better than it did earlier, and for us to be dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings and more of broad rotation, if any, are good signs this evening, Sean.
And want to pass along, this is our new meteorologist, Matt Standridge. If you're on social media, you know him quite well. You will see him on TV this weekend here, but this is from a family friend. And if you guys want, just take graphics to full if you want. This was shared with him. This is the Winchester tornado from Jenna Perry. And if you look at, I mean, that is a cone tornado. We don't see those too often around here. And if you look toward the base of the tornado, the ground of the tornado, you can see the debris field around it. So again, this was taken from earlier this evening and shared with us. And so when we're hearing, we knew the rotation was going through Winchester, but when we start to hear some of the damage reports, and then you see a picture like this, and then it kind of, you know, unfortunately makes sense why we're hearing these the damage that we're getting out of not only Randolph County, but keep in mind this is the same cell that produced the tornado warning and the likely tornado that went through Selma in eastern Delaware County.
Yeah, and very rarely, it doesn't happen very often that we get confirmed tornado warnings, and so when that does happen, and as Sean mentioned, we see pictures like that. We don't like to see pictures like that, honestly. We're going to wrap up our coverage. Thanks for staying with us this evening. Chase is on the ground in southern Delaware County near Selma. He is safely getting some information we hope to hear, if not from the Sheriff's Department, but be able to pass along some new information. We're going to have another quick live update for you at 10 o'clock. Unless we get any additional tornado warnings, we'll come on before 10, and then we'll have a complete wrap up at 11. Keep in mind, we still have those severe storms, heavy rain, hail, gusty winds, Franklin to Bloomington. These will move toward Columbus, Nashville, Columbus, Shelbyville, Rushville next, and we will continue to keep you updated.
Anything like this happen.
What do you think of it?
Crazy. First time. First time. I've lived here for 20 years and I've never seen anything like this happen.
What do you think of it?
Crazy. First time. First time.
Thanks, man. 11 o'clock. probably say, you know, when we first got here, many of the roads are closed, were shut down, and they still are. And let me show you why. You know, let's go from away from underneath this power line.
Indiana, and sadly tonight, those storms have been deadly. We've received confirmation tonight from Indiana State Police that 3 people have died in Winchester, Indiana, as a result of these storms. We're getting reports of damage in multiple cities tonight. We've got live team coverage tonight at 10. Angela's been tracking it all throughout the evening. Angela, what's the latest?
The latest, Scott, Sean and myself have been very busy all evening long tracking these severe storms. Came in a couple waves today, and the threat is not over. We stay under a tornado watch until midnight for the southern half of the state. That is highlighted here in pink, and you can easily see with live Doppler 13 radar, we are still dealing with that threat of severe storms. No warnings right now, but a strong storm moving just south of Greensburg, another one in between Hope and Columbus. By far the strongest, and a new warning is for that cell in Bloomfield in Greene County. That is tracking off to the east-southeast. Ellettsville, Bloomington, Nashville, we continue to deal with heavy rain, the threat for hail and some gusty winds. The severe threat is ending the farther north you go, and this should completely clear the state in the next couple of hours. But unfortunately, it has been an active night of weather, and Scott, as you pointed out, a deadly night of weather, unfortunately, for central Indiana.
All right, Angela, thanks. We'll get back to you in a moment. I want to show you some viewer video. This is of a tornado in Selma. This is in Delaware County. You can see how powerful this thunderstorm was in that area. We've got Chase Howell, who just arrived in Selma. Chase, you've been looking around at the damage. What have you seen and what have you learned?
Yeah, Scott, several roads here in Selma are blocked off. Many of them look like this, and here's why. Huge tree limbs like this one lay across roads. I mean, this limb is ginormous. I can barely lift it up. It's probably over 200 pounds. I did speak to a woman, Lisa Gully. She lives here over on Jackson Road, which is just by Selma Elementary School. Now, Lisa, we just talked a little bit ago. What did you see? What did you hear? What did everything look like when you looked outside?
The sky was completely black, and I was actually filming, and I saw the clouds were kind of spinning, and I saw it form basically over my neighbor's house, just 2 doors down, and then it just dropped. And we barely had time to get in the house. And as soon as we got into the hallway, one of our fence panels went through our sliding glass door, and the whole door just exploded. Took all the shingles off the back of my house. This is my husband's truck here, and moved it 10 feet out into the road. And so it was loud, like a train, like they say. It was kind of like a train sounding.
Lisa, you come back out, the coast is clear, you look down the street, and you see power lines down, you see trees thrown into garages. Wow. Yeah. The first thing we did was make sure that our neighbors were okay. We knew we were okay, our dogs were okay, and some of my neighbors actually have it worse than we got it, so yeah. And then the power lines were really scary. I mean, we're standing, we could almost touch one. Thankfully, they're dead, so we're safe from what the police were telling us. Lisa, when you're talking to your neighbors, what are they telling you? What are they saying? And when you see all these crews pass by with waters checking on people, talk about your community.
Everybody, I have got so many phone calls and so many text messages. People from everywhere. Okay, what do you need? What do you need right now? And people are ready to just rush right in and help. And that's what I saw with everybody. Everybody's like, okay, is Brian home? Tear that apart to make sure he's okay. And so, yeah, a big community effort here. And I see we have more to go.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Lisa. I'm going to take the viewers and show them what else we're seeing. As Lisa mentioned, this is her husband's car right here. A power line is toppled on top of it. And over here, past this power line, this down power line, past this rubble, is a home that rescue crews tell me has been completely leveled. Again, I'm here on Jackson Street in Selma, which is right by the Selma Elementary. And I should note this, while we were driving into the elementary school, kids were just being released as they were hunkered down during that severe storm. And thankfully, as I'm hearing so far, there haven't been any injuries from those that I'm talking to as far as emergency crews go.
All right, so we're thankful there are no injuries or deaths currently there in Delaware County. Want to remind our viewers there, if you do see a power line down like you have, stay away from that. That could be a live power line. Chase will get back to you tonight at 11. Want to get back to Angela and ask you, do we have any warnings right now?
Scott, I have one severe thunderstorm warning for the southwestern part of our area. This is going to include Greene and the far southern sections of Owen counties. Severe thunderstorm warning until 10:15. Based on the movement of this one, Bloomington, Bedford, North Vernon, Seymour, stick with us. Still that potential we could have a couple of rotating storms before the severe threat comes to an end. Speaking of that, we remain under a tornado watch from about Indianapolis south. That's highlighted here in pink through midnight. It has been a very active afternoon and evening of weather, and as Scott pointed out, unfortunately, a deadly evening for parts of central Indiana. We continue to monitor that threat of severe weather that will end for most of us by about midnight, if not 1 a.m. Still some strong storms across the southern part of our viewing area, Scott, that we will continue to track.
All right, Angela, we know you'll be tracking this the rest of the evening. So if you're just joining us right now, 3 people are dead tonight. This all happening in Winchester, which is in Randolph County. You've seen the damage in Selma, Indiana, which is in Delaware County. We've got crews throughout central Indiana taking a look at the storm damage. We'll have more pictures and video on our social media platforms, and then we'll have a full wrap up for you tonight on 13 News at 11. We'll see you then. Let's get you back to regular programming.